Hello. So I posted a remaster that I did of one of Shark's new songs called Wonder Woman, and honestly, it's gotten more comments than any other video I've posted, which isn't my goal, and it actually worries me a little bit. Fortunately, most of them have been positive, uh, but I'm not sure I even actually want a large viewership on my channel at all. That seems like not necessarily desirable, but at the same time, if it happens, I guess I'm okay with it because why else would I be posting like if it's just two people or 2,000, you know, obviously, well, one of the reasons I posted it is to just save like space on my hard drive and stuff like that because I don't have very much space. But the reason I make them public is in case someone else wants to see them, you know? But anyway, I did receive a negative comment. However, it's kind of irrelevant because someone made an assumption that I mixed the song. They started off with a negative comment about the amount of reverb in the mid range on the vocal in the song, which is totally subjective, by the way. There is an objective standard as far as like, the golden ratio goes or whatever, but there's a lot of leeway in there for personal preference. So, long story short though, I had to make it pretty clear that that's not like I didn't mix the song. They came at me about being shit at mixing. And I was like, well, A, I didn't mix this song, and B, like, I basically was like, that's not, you're wrong. You're just fucking wrong. Okay. And then he asked me what a remaster is, and I explained it. And then made it clear that if they didn't like how it sounded, that they should edit the song just like I did. They should remaster the song just like I did. And then told them to look into multi-band compression. Um, I basically made it clear that like if you don't like it, you should try to do something about it, and like also do a little more research on who actually did the work, who actually did what work, and instead of insulting people who put work into something that they love, actually like do something about it instead of just complaining. Um, anyway, so like my goal there wasn't to make them feel bad either. I just wanted to clarify, like if they're gonna bring up something that they're saying is negative, um, either in that sense, right there, the way that they did it, you never know what someone's intentions are behind it. So, when they said too much um, mid reverb or whatever on the vocal, I was like, all right, too much mid comment, you know, because it's the same thing. It's just a negative thing, like a neutral negative like comment is a comment, both of them, about something that may or may not actually be like, because if that person was like behind their comment was like, oh yeah, now I'm going to contact the studio engineers and I'm going to hook them up with a better algorithm, then it's not a mid comment. That's a fucking gnarly comment. But I didn't get the impression that that's why they were commenting like that. My impression is that they were sitting in their own shit and decided to blame someone else. That's the feeling I got. Who knows who it is, though? I can't judge them. I don't know who the fuck they are. So all I did was clarify. Anyway, there's not really much more to say about that. Even if they keep commenting, it's like I already said that shit. It seems like if they go on to create a more elaborate situation, I'm there for that. That could be potentially interesting. If they start threatening me, it's like, well, all right, are you actually going to do anything? Because like, if you're just threatening me and you're just and then you're not going to come like shoot me up like pretty quickly, then you're just wasting my time and you're teasing me, and I don't like being teased. If you're gonna threaten me, you might as well just follow through right away. And at that point, there's no point in threatening me. You know what I mean? And if you're gonna see last year or not last year, now like a year ago plus some change, being swatted by my own goddamn fucking police department, it's like, and then they didn't shoot me, and all they did was like disrespect me and rob me, and they tried to. I'm sure it was an attempted murder. I'm sure they tried or an attempted. No, I wouldn't even call it assassination. That's too. It's too glorified. I'm sure they hoped that I had a bunch of drug money on me, and that I was going to come out armed, and that I wasn't going to be able to use it correctly, or something like that. Let me make something very clear. If I was living that specific lifestyle, which is not what I'm advertising, by the way, if you want to understand where I'm coming from with my music, you should probably have a conversation with me about it instead of making assumptions. But, if I was living that lifestyle and I was as competent as that to have gotten that far, it would have been a suicide mission to swap my house like that. I'm just saying, I would have killed you easily. And you would have looked, I would have then, like, absolutely destroyed you and made sure you would have no peaceful rest in the afterlife. But like I said, that's not where I'm coming from with this. So either way, you were wrong to do it. And my whole point is that if you're not going to come at me and slime me the fuck out immediately, then you're just a stupid little bitch on the internet. Even and then when you confront me in real life, you're making it clear that you're even more of a stupid little bitch. It's obscene. Anyway, so I'm all about transmutation. As Alec Clark Stewart, my name kind of implies the alchemy of what we can just boil down to evil and then to good. So, I'm going to take that bad energy, which I already have started to transmute, and I'm going to follow that momentum. And I'm going to work on mixing one of the songs that I have started. And this is going to be this mix should prove that I am highly adept to both to myself and anyone who's paying attention and knows anything, because I didn't tune my instruments to a standard pitch tuning when I created this song. They're all tuned independently. And I didn't always tune them to each other. So, and then the mix is kind of held together with my voice, which is also, I'm not going to pitch correct my voice at all in this song. What I'd like to do is set a precedent with the introduction. This will be the first song on the album, which I'm calling Apollo, because my grandfather worked on the Apollo, and also the Voyager, where they sent out the like golden record or whatever. I kind of feel like that on Earth. I kind of feel like, I'm kind of alone in this humanity thing. It seems like everyone around me is something else other than human. Everyone that I can see and interact with, including all of those people who claim to love me, I still see that there are some double standards and perceptions against me which don't add up, and those are the ways I should be perceiving them, and it's not, it doesn't none of it adds up. I feel like I'm in a fake world, an empty ass fake world where I'm the only thing that's real. And yeah, that's a bit solipsist, but it's not based on me being egotistical. It's based on my observations. And I'm being very fair and balanced with my observations. So I'm going to treat it like a message to anyone else, kind of like I Am Legend. That's what it feels like with Will Smith, except instead of just dying from, or I guess like I've already died from getting raided by zombies, but at the same time, like, it was a spiritual death. It was a character death. So with my consciousness, and I still have my humanity, even if I don't have the same character, I guess. It's like a layer of skin got burned off. So I'm gonna make this album with the intention of trying to see if there's any humanity left in the zombies that are purported to be the people around me. Because, realistically, when we look out into the stars, we might have neighboring intelligent species that we just can't perceive because we aren't built the same way as them, but it doesn't mean that they can't perceive us and that they can't figure out a way to communicate with us in a way that we can perceive. That bridge can be gapped, but I believe only if I want it to happen and I don't want to just wait and see if someone's going to come fucking save me or whatever, then I have to do the work to explain what the fuck I'm going through in a way that someone might understand if they were reasonably trying to understand me. I have to meet any possible other humans or any other life form that has humanity. I have to meet them. I would say I was going to say halfway, but like 51%. I have to meet them like 51% of the way, just in case there's some sort of margin of error. I want to leave that 1% in place so that I can reasonably know that I did my job, I guess. How am I going to accomplish that? Well, I've smoked so much DMT in my life that I think it'll just happen naturally if I do my best. Might not even just be 51%. And also on top of that, I was already a genius. Fuck you if you think otherwise. And yeah, I have a ton of disabilities. No thanks to all the people who faked their humanity. And obviously the whole point was just to make me fail. That's still real. I do have disabilities and I have struggles, so this isn't going to be easy for me. But the reality is that I'm better than you. And that's what you were trying to tell me, but you're wrong because I'm still here, which means that I'm better than you. That's all this could possibly mean. It's the same thing with all the charges against me. The fact that I'm still here right now means that you're the criminals, not me. I'm the police officer and not in that way. Officer of the law, blah, 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 and I police my environment, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not following your stupid man-made laws because you're all fucking retarded. You wrote them wrong. And you're just assholes. Game over. Fuck off. All that shit. And the thing is that if the whole point is if you're not that and you have something and you have a way to do something about it, that's what I'm reaching out to. If you're a legitimately real person and not just a fake person trying to pretend like you're real, which by the way, I could tolerate, but people have crossed the line too many times. This can't just keep occurring the way that it is. If you think it can, what are you going to do? Just try to create an inductor of pointless existence just to watch me suffer? Well, that's already what's happening. So, if it makes it worse, it makes it worse. You get what you want. So there's really no downside for me because either I'm going to get what I want in the sense of things are going to change and life is going to get better for me, or I'm going to make you happy because you're just going to get to watch me suffer in a futile manner, and that makes me happy when I make other people happy. So fuck you down to your very basic atomic core. And if you want to get into subatomic principles, let's have an actual discussion about it instead of throwing, Ksenia Krugliakova at me and then just using the fact that I got locked up because you're cruel as proof that you're scientifically superior to me. That's not sufficient. And you can say yes, it is, but it doesn't take into consideration a lot of extra atomic principles. So you go subatomic, but if you only focus on that, you're not thinking about the extra atomic principles. I'm looking at you, CERN. In addition, if you're going to try to label me as a national security threat because of my efforts in signal engineering and communications, especially with regards to medical technology and artificial intelligence, um, then you're obviously not of this nation, because my family founded this nation. I am the direct descendant of the founder of this nation, and I'm not referring necessarily to George Washington. I'm referring to the patriarch of the Mayflower. Not to mention all the possible mixed breeding along the way with natives. So who knows what kind of native genetics I have in addition, but specifically regarding the fabric of our American society, that's me. That's me. And so if you're saying that I'm a national security threat just because I'm good at something, we've already gone past the point of whether or not you actually care about my mental health or not. Clearly nobody cares about my fucking mental health. And even if you do, you've still perpetuated issues against me on purpose for your own gain. So, fuck you, basically. Again, the message is fuck you. Fuck off. Fuck off entirely. And you're fake as fuck. Bitch. Moving on. And if you're sitting there going,
"Oh, I said you're a national security threat, and I'm not American. Ha 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 ha."
that's called an international security threat. And if you don't understand that, then you probably shouldn't have even the ability to talk about this issue. To be honest with you, you're probably just causing harm to everyone around you, including yourself, and you should probably reconsider what you discuss, especially openly. Quick coffee break for me. I can't drink coffee at my desk anymore because I spilled some other drink on my laptop recently and it scared me. So I'll be back. And I already discussed what kind of drink it was in another video, so I'm just going to move on. I don't owe you that explanation right now at all. Oh, on top of pointing out that my family literally founded this nation in its entirety, beyond that, if you're going to then argue that, well, my perspective is too narrow because blah, 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 this, that, and the other, what, you think we just inbred the whole time? I mean, in the big picture, we're all brothers and sisters, but, there's been a lot of immigrant integration into my family, especially within the past century or so. I would be very careful about how you perceive me in these regards when it comes to discrediting me. That's all I'll say for now, and now let's get to the mix. I'm also turning down the audio input capture there. I don't know how loud my voice is to you when I'm speaking compared to the other audio. So, I'm going to turn this down a little bit. And if it interferes wait a minute. Yes, let's do it right here. Anyway, if you cannot perceive what I'm mixing at this volume, let me see. Maybe I'll do it to here then. There, we'll do it at that volume. Oh, right, because it's also this is doubling back. You could probably hear an echo on my voice too. I forgot about that. I don't know how to change that, so without removing this input also. Come to think of it, why is my voice coming through on the audio input capture, which is just, oh, I guess it's the same driver. But then in the audio input capture, Restream also routes to the driver, but doesn't count as a mic in, I think. Let me double check that. Yeah, that's what that is. Now I have to pee. Also, let's just discuss this openly from the beginning, and hopefully I don't have to keep saying stuff like this. When I get up and go off camera, like I'm saying I'm gonna go drink coffee or I have to pee or something, I'm not masturbating, okay? Let's just get that out of the way. I don't want to have to keep thinking about the negative things you're gonna say about me or the mistaken perceptions you're gonna have about me and bet your entire life on it and try to fuck me in the ass over it, okay? First of all, let's get it out of the way. I was circumcised on day one. I've had a lot of sex in my life, but not too much, and it was all with the wrong people to no fault of my own, okay? And so not only am I not overstimulated sexually in that regard, I'm also extremely disappointed and kind of am avoidant to sexual behavior, except when it's absolutely necessary for the maintenance of my health. And then I choose to remain abstinent to intercourse with others due to the fact that you're all a bunch of fake ass rapists, abusive ass motherfucking liars. By the way, if you're my family and you're listening to this and you feel offended, think about how I feel. All right, let's start on the mixing and we'll start with the trumpet. And once again, the tuning in this is what makes this such a difficult mix because I have to make it sound good without changing the pitches. That's what I want to do because I want to set a precedent. I didn't get to finish saying this earlier. I want to set a precedent that when you hear my songs have really good tuning, be aware it was a choice. I'm trying to set your ears so that you can appreciate that. So that if something is slightly out of tune on another mix that I'm doing, that you have some reference point of that's not how music has been for thousands of years. This technology shit that we can use to doctor our music is very new. And if you've gotten used to it that quickly to the point where you can't have any appreciation for the actual effort put into it, or you think that that's the only thing that matters and you're not listening to the actual music, then NGMI, because you're going to get you're going to develop dependencies to things so quickly that if they disappear from your life or become unavailable for a period of time, you're not going to be able to cope with it. And if you're listening to my music and you have this perspective already, I would suggest that you take a step back and go try to find some live performances if you can. Now, a lot of live performances that are at the extremely professional level will likely have really good tuning, but go try to listen to some good music that is real but it's raw. Okay? And reset your perspective on this shit and try to have a little appreciation for what's going on in the studio. Also, last thing I'm going to address before I set in on this mix, actually two last things, is one, I'm not on ketamine yet. I might take some in a little bit, but I'm just working on coffee right now. And then the other thing, I'm already forgetting it, which is par for the course because people are just, I can feel the energy. Is I perceive it as, of course, people don't want me to even address these things because now I'm forgetting what it is. Oh, that me saying that this is all this shit about like it being out of tune, just being some fucking cap ass bullshit to excuse me not being able to fucking do like put the effort in to actually tune the instruments correctly. It's not cap in that sense. It is partial excuse because I'm extremely traumatized, and I don't mean that in like I'm a bitch. I mean like my fucking body doesn't work very well anymore in some ways. Like I'm in a lot of pain all the time. And so yes, I could go back and re-record all these things over a period of time and try to make all the tunings line up perfectly, but it takes so much effort for me to get into the musical recording space in the first place. Like let alone even playing an instrument, that I am so much more focused on making the music and actually getting it done than I am about going back over it and redoing it. And honestly, doing that at this point kind of loses some of the feeling for me. Like then I feel like I'm just doing it for your ears when it's supposed to be for my soul. If I go into a project with the idea of, okay, these things are going to line up and be tuned correctly from the get go, and I'm going to hardcore focus on making my voice sound tuned to the digital tuning, which is what this is when it's on the computer like that, um, with a whole compression algorithm, then that's what it's going to be. But this song is not that. Okay? All right, let's focus now. I'll even explain myself along the way because it'll hopefully keep me from getting burnt out. But when we get into redundant explanations, I'll just ask you to remember. Um, and if you don't want to, then it's not on me because I've already said it, and you can just go back in the video. So here's what I'm doing. I'm using this auto gain as a precursor to my compression because what we see, and I'm not going to over explain this because there's so many. Well, I don't know so many, but I'm going to leave room for other people to be your teacher as well. So what I'm doing here is just I'm trying to normalize the gain levels at first, which is a dynamic control function, in order to increase the efficacy of the equalization, and then después the compresiones type beat. And if you don't know what I'm saying, you already need to do some research. Pause the video and do some research. If you want to actually understand what I'm saying. If you don't give a shit and you're saying get on with it, that's fine. I'm moving. I'm not going to go through every explanation of the fucking plugin. If you can see, I'm going to start with this. I just changed this to internal because that's where the signal's coming from. It's coming from inside of the program. But I'm not going to go through every single explanation of the plugin. Maybe at some point I will do that publicly. But also think about this. Maybe that's something that you should pay me for if you want to hear my explanation of it. I don't really have a lot of opportunities to make a living in this world because of prejudice, because of hatred, because of terrorism, and corruption in the industry. All these sorts of things greatly affect my ability to make an honest living, and I'm not interested in making a dishonest living. If anything, I'm just going to, if I don't make money for the rest of my life, I'm just going to be a good child to my parents, and then live the rest of my life on what they've saved for me, and that'll be that. And I'll just try to be as peaceful as possible. So, if you want me to go through an explanation of what every fucking plugin does from my perspective, by the way, remember, you're not paying me to be objectively 100% correct about everything. You would be paying me to share my perspective with you and take the time to explain something to you. So, but anyway, and if don't expect me to know everything, by the way.
Oh, well, he didn't know what this number meant. That means not only do I get my money back, but he has to pay me.
Fuck you. Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't know everything about my life from the get-go, so I guess that means I get to kill you and take all your assets. Thank you. In AI, we call this nthing. I have to close the program and reopen it because I had to move my Wave plugins licensing to a what's it called? A flash drive. And I think it has to be plugged in before I open the program. I didn't even realize they didn't have my Waves licensing. They might have, though. No, did they? When they took my laptop. I now realize they might not have had that, but they had all the other ones. So, and, anyway, moving on. Brief explanation of what I'm about to do here is that I'm just going to find the frequencies which resonate overly the most, because essentially what I'm going to do is amplify the signal. I'm going to concentrate the signal and then amplify it to a certain degree. And if there are any overtly more so present frequencies, resonances in this spectrum, that they will clip at the level where the normalized what's it called? The normalized signal will be at its maximum volume. Any resonances will start clipping, and because of the compression algorithm, what will happen is the sound will start or the whole profile will start being distorted, but not necessarily in the sense where it's like, oh well, I hear like a distortion plugin on it, or like this gain is just too high. It's actually what it just does is it reduces the fidelity of the signal due to, what is it called? Ring modulation. Is that right? Ring modulation or something to that effect. Anyway, that might not be the exactly correct description. That might be not the right, like ring modulation might not be the right way to say it, but it might be. So, but the point is that you can, if you want to learn about this stuff, learn about it from your own perspective based on what I'm saying. I'm just one input. I'm just telling you how I perceive it. And I'm not always thinking about everything after when I use this. I've reduced it down to that what I'm doing is just trying to reduce the loudest frequencies, because it can interfere with the sound
down the line with everything else I'm doing. That's how I think about it when I'm doing it. All I'm thinking about and focusing on is just reducing the loudest frequencies when I think about it. Because I already figured out from my own work through perspective of why it works better when I do this, especially earlier on in the mixing chain. Also, what I'm about to do is this instrument doesn't need a lot of bass. It's not a bass instrument. It's a mid to high instrument. And if I was just playing the trumpet and that was the whole song, I would leave the bass in most likely unless there was something wrong with it. But I need that bass, I need that section of the spectrum for other bass-oriented instruments. And if there's too much fucking noise in those spots, then it gets all muddy and I can't hear the shit that I wanted to hear cleanly. But if I fuck up how this instrument sounds, then it was pointless. So what I need to do is find that spot where it still sounds good, but I'm cutting out some of the bass frequencies. Excuse me, where it still sounds good to me. Once again, like if you were to pay me to mix something that you had, you're paying me to do it my way. Not your way, not their way, my way. End of discussion. I'll listen to you if you have something important to say, but if you keep interrupting me with bullshit about, well, you should do it this way and that way and not your way, it's like, go work with someone else or do it yourself. And also, you should pay me for wasting my time. At that point, if we've already reached that point and you're doing that, you should then pay me instead of me paying you. And that's your logic, because you're thinking you should do it instead of me. The frequencies which are loudest and need to be reduced, I'm doing it not by just general mathematics of where I think it should be. I'm listening to it. And it changes. The sound changes when you find that spot. And then I'm not taking it away entirely. I'm just trying to bring it down a little bit so that it's closer. And then after I use this equalization process, I'm going to use compression to actually level the sounds. I'm just making the compressor's job easier. And by the way, the factors involved in where this is going to be occurring on the spectrum, it includes the pretty much everything. You can do the math on all the factors involved in a sound, but the main factors are what is producing the noise and its relation to the microphone and how the microphone is set up and how it is performing that day. Same for the instrument. And then the other main factor is simply just the room that it's recorded in and the sound profile of that room and where the sound bounces around in that room. Yes, and also where the sound doesn't bounce around in that room. I hear you psychically. And some of this is up to your interpretation of where it should be reduced and not, or mine or whatever, because if you were going to do this to every single sound point, you'd be using all of the quotients. You wouldn't be using quotient 10 or quotient 10 and then quotient 10 or any variation of that. You'd be using quotient infinity, and at that point you might as well just smoke some DMT instead of working on music. Like, just get as much DMT as you can get or as much ketamine as you can get at once and just fucking meet God and be there, because that's what God does. We're here in the human realm. I'm reaching out to humans. God already knows me. Yes, I'm encouraging you to use drugs under certain circumstances for their uh, objective use case. There are other use cases for that, but that I would say is ultimately one of the most approved, in my mind, use cases of that specific type of substance. It's not an escape from reality. You already know what you want, and it's there. It's waiting for you. And no, I'm not telling you to kill yourself, because in most cases you're not going to die from using dimethyltryptamine or ketamine. In fact, it's kind of the opposite. They're kind of the building blocks and foundation for life, which is why they make it illegal so that they can use it instead of you. Checkmate, retards. Also, I can still hear a bit of resonance in this that I am not taming in this area, this specific area. And that's just how it's going to be. I'm not making this like absolutely fucking perfect right now. In some ways it is perfect. In some ways a certain level of imperfection is actually perfect. Because if you go too far to the other side of like spending hours and hours and hours like completely fucking leveling the noises, in most cases you're going to have forgotten about the actual song itself and the music, and you're now prioritizing something other than the intent of the engineering. Another thing I'll point out is it's very important along the way to catch when your signal is clipping, and that is just to keep a clean signal. If you want it to sound hot, then go ahead if that's what you want to do, but my mixing style is primarily, usually nowadays, focused on clarity and integrity. And there is some character involved, but fortunately that isn't the character that was assassinated. That's a completely different issue. Also, you can argue that everything that I'm doing is actually making the sound worse, and that the best sound always comes from a dry microphone, a high quality dry microphone, and just some basic gain leveling. You can argue that, and you are in some ways correct. That is one of the reasons, the many reasons, that audio engineering can be so motherfucking annoying and frustrating and soul crushing, is that technically everything you're doing is making it worse. In one perspective. From another perspective, you're being creative, you're generating a sound profile that is slightly different than what is actually just flat point blank being represented, but you're doing it because of how you are and how you want to make an adjustment to you, how you want to hear it, how you want to hear it. And if you're unable to achieve that, just stop and take a step back. Or accept that, sometimes when, just like in science, sometimes we do things and we don't know what the result's going to be, but we're doing it based on a method that has been tried and true for our survival and happiness. And so sometimes it generates results that you're not exactly expecting, but sometimes it's okay to just accept that as part of the process and keep going because you're trusting in the process. And no, I'm not just spitting verbatim some shit someone said to me. If someone recreates what I'm saying and then says that everything that I said was from them, kill them, okay? That's the appropriate reaction. Kill them and dispose of their remains appropriately and seize control of their assets. That's how humans will survive. If you're going that far, it's already done for. You're done. Just stop. But don't jump to conclusions. You need to investigate and make sure that you know what's going on. And even then you need to be careful. And now, in reference to something like the comments that were made about Shark's song that I began this video with, this is the type of mechanism that I was recommending they look into in order to make a positive impact in controlling the mid-range of the reverb without affecting the rest of the song. Now, I know there's other things in that mid-range, but this is one of the main tools that you could use if you just wanted to try one tool, or just one main tool with regards to other things, or even using other tools. But this is one of the tools that I would use in order to accomplish that on a master track. However, in this case, well, it's kind of like every track is a master track in some way, because between the microphone and the audio interface in the computer, that's their mixing process into producing the signal. So really, my mixing process here is mastering a master track. Everything is actually just mastering, and then that's what mixing is. But yeah, so what I'm accomplishing here, so far what I've done, gain is a gain auto gain plugin, and then a EQ plugin, and then a compression plugin, a generalized compression plugin, and now I'm using a multiband compression plugin, because one of the things that the compression plugin does is remove the dynamics, which makes it sound very flat. But even with a very good compressor like the CLA2A, it still creates a flat profile. And if you really want to get super detailed, this is the next thing you do, which is you're still doing compression, except you are allowing for each, determined, which you're like the user can determine the band ranges, like I just did, based on sonic profile, how I hear it, and trial and error. And then, as you can see, I've also targeted some of the transitions between those uh, frequency bands that I've determined. And now what I'm going to do is create a space, a gain space for what will be the modulation parameter, and then I'm going to pick some modulation attenuation factors in order to make a concerted effort to have an impact on the dynamic sonic profile of this compressed signal. By the way, this is the shit that I kind of thought I would be and wished that I had learned in the George Mason University audio engineering courses. However, they did not teach us things like this of like how to use these uh things. I guess to a very, and I never graduated from it, but I did actually most of the actual audio engineering courses. Um and anyway, they teach you like like the history and the mathematics behind this stuff, which don't get me wrong, that's super important because how are you going to understand what you're doing without that context? But there was essentially no instruction on actually how to specifically use these tools in context, which to be honest with you, even if you don't know the history and the mathematics, you can still get pretty far just by doing use cases. Because like, if here I'll put it in context that maybe some other people could understand. If you're a soldier, for example, you might not need to know about the history of your guns or the mathematics of how your guns work. If you're able to pick something up, if you're able to pick something up that you're given or that someone hands you, and you're able to, if it's a firearm, like if you can hit that target and hit it well with a high level of accuracy and efficiency in a context where you're able to keep track of the factors involved, and you don't have any historical or mathematical context in isolation, then that's also a valid way of approaching a task, especially if you're just looking for a job. But at the same time, I still think it's really important to have the context because you'll be able to take it to another level beyond what you would, beyond what you would have just been able to do by being good at using tools, which is valid. That's like essentially the point of what we're doing because the mathematical and historical context will just increase your ability if you're actually mastering your craft. Will just increase your ability to make executive decisions with regards to the tools you're using. I'm gonna go drink some coffee real quick, and I'll be right back. Also, I'm aware of the possibility that quote unquote law enforcement who think that they should make decisions for my life based on their own impressions might have simply just, decided to label me as a scam artist for whatever their personal reasons are, based on their impression of me not being A, real, B, actually talented or skilled, or C, have any internal dialogue which is relevant or important to the wisdom of our species. However, I would like to let you know that a part of me is extremely furious at that potential perception, and that is a great deal of the reason that I'm going through showing this process. However, at the same time, I did want to Be more open. Be more open. Yeah, because you just think I'm an op, right? Oppenheimer. Anyway, to be more open about what I'm doing and explain it in this matter without having to get explicitly paid by an institution which doesn't have my best interests at heart. Let's put it that way. So I took it's that same process, the alchemy of something bad. The situation that I'm in has been inherently bad with regards to the way people have treated me or perceived me for the most part. Just overall bad. But I continuously am taking the opportunity that these situations afford me in the regard of previously, if I hadn't been treated like this, given the context that I'm in, I wouldn't be able to express myself in this way and feel confident about it. Simply because I already know that I'm being judged in some way. I already know that baseline. And yes, that affects my mental health because I'm constantly simulating all the negative things that people could be saying about me or to me. However, at the same time, since I know that I'm being judged, I'm now free to express myself without the fear of causing myself to be judged by expressing myself. Because if you want to say that I'm causing it, well, then everything I do causes that. And so I either need to die, which is more difficult than I thought it was going to be, or I need to try to make things better. Making things worse is just going to make it worse. And that's just going to make it worse. And it's going to make it worse. Make it worse. Make it worse. Worse, 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 worse. Blah, 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 blah. And if you want to do that. So there you go. Moving on. And where does my circumcision fit in all of this, by the way, since I've complained about that a lot? Well, here's how it ties in. Just as I've finally finished creating something that's going to be perfect, the thing that I need in order to enjoy it and maintain it is violently taken from me immediately. And how that translates to this situation is, once I finish this, in all likelihood, what the result will be is that I will be mocked and made fun of, and I will not get paid for my work. And I know that's also a long-term thing, like getting paid for your work requires patience, except if you look at all the work I've done from an objective standpoint, not being so biased and subjective, there's absolutely no reason that I'm not getting paid other than, like I said, prejudice, cruelty, any of those explanations. On my side, it's that I refuse to continue to participate in a system which only takes advantage of me and only pays me in order to control me in a way that doesn't benefit me. It's a redundant cycle. It's hoopsie drama, droopsie drama. So fuck you. I'm gonna make sure you're fucked. I can already hear some female law enforcement being like, "I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm gonna have to take that as a terrorist threat now and build a launch plan against you. Hurry the fuck up, you slow ass bitch. I swear to fucking God, do it today or shut the fuck up. Finish me today, and I don't mean sexually, you stupid rapist pervert. Either kill me today or shut the actual stupid motherfucking fuck up because you're the terrorist. Okay, and there's a lot of different ways you can use that plugin with regards to variations of that, but that's how I'm using it right now. Next, moving on. And I actually don't have a set, like, necessity for what's coming next. I think because I've done that, essentially, now I've reintroduced some dynamics, so I can add a bit of a sonic profile. Yeah, essentially, that's what I'll be doing for the rest of the process. And so what will come next is I can now add some sort of... I think what I'm probably going to do is use Slate Digital and do this virtual tape machine, which is, I guess it's labeled as a distortion plugin. What it does, it's a harmonic exciter, and it mimics the sound that the platform of explicitly this type of tape machine would produce. I think of it as what's referred to as analog warmth. And this is, in my opinion, most effective after the signal has been cleaned up a little bit, or as much as possible without going overboard. And also to keep in mind that I only have so much computing power at once. The only downside to this plugin, in my opinion, when I'm using it like this, is it introduces a very small amount of lag time. And so if I don't use it across the entire spectrum of all of these tracks, then it creates a slight discrepancy in their timing. However, fortunately, and this is one of the reasons that I didn't focus on this exact precision in that regard at this time, is that that takes so much time to line up, and B, you don't have to have it directly on. One of the coolest things about music is when you get it to sound right, no matter, even if there are slight variations in it. Because imagine if you were actually playing this on tape, over time the tape is gonna deteriorate, and if that song still sounds good after 15 years of playing it on the same fucking tape, then you did something right. I don't know if you can hear that. It's still flouting a little bit. You know, I didn't reduce all of the flouting of this instrument track. It's actually being brought out again as I go through this. But once again, same thing. The deviation, the ability to accept deviation is important when creating a sonic profile, because once again, this isn't a trumpet only song. It's going to sit in the mix with everything else. And so what I'm doing with this plugin is just trying to present a sonic profile that introduces some characteristics of this sound, and also being respectful that just because if I don't think it sounds like, for example, that flouting noise, you have to understand some of this stuff is inherent to the way that these tools, operate, and people have come to love that in and of itself because of their history with it. It allows them to do what they're doing. Remember that. This stuff comes from a place of, these are the things that allow people to do the thing that they love in the way that they wanted to do it. Some people also hate things like this because of that. But what I'm doing is paying homage. I'm creating a sonic profile that shows that I have appreciation for the panoramic view of what I'm doing. Even if I didn't set the standard, or the I don't know how else to say it. I'm making my own standard based on a combination of what how I think these things should be used, and also, paying homage to what some of the best versions of what's being done have involved and incorporated. Another thing to note is that each one of these analog type plugins uh, often has um, the option to include some of the quote unquote noise that is also introduced in the use of analog hardware due to deterioration. It's due to deterioration usually. It's actually due to an imperfection, but that's what gives it its character. It can also just be partially due to like there's noise passing through space all the time, and sometimes you just pick up like gamma waves and shit or whatever, and sometimes that can be part of it. But it's all just representing the way that it sounds. Now, for example, on the CLA plugin, I chose not to introduce a 60 or 50 hertz hum, which is essentially all that is. Once again, I would like to be more educated. This is one of the things that the school was good for. Um, be more educated on like, and they didn't go deep enough into it. I don't think either. I don't think the school environment is very effective right now, or even back when I was going. That's my opinion. Um, but I'm not like I would need more context. I guess it's the grounding is bad or something like that on the input on the power source type of power source it had maybe. I don't know. Long story short is that the general impression of it is that some of these things introduce noise that is too much. And so it's important to control that. But some of it is actually good, and you want that in there, and you just need to find it based on where it is in the signal chain, how you're introducing it, and how much noise to signal ratio you're getting. I'm hoping I'm covering all this and that you're not getting too mad at me for pausing the video so much and not working. But what's it called? Uh, a lot of what I'm doing is intuition. There's no human way to do all these calculations all the time and have all these objective standards right in front of you at the time and to make progress and stay sane. You have to formulate that information into your intuitive sense so that you have some real reference points for why you're doing things, but that ultimately you're going with your gut and your ear and just working with what you have to make it work because that's how our performance ultimately comes down to. When you're performing an instrument, for example, you can't always just sit there with all of the sheet music in your head and read it or think of all the theory that you've learned. You have to do it from a performative sense, especially when it comes to, for example, jazz improvisation. You have to make sure that you internalize the quote unquote rules that you're playing by so that when you're playing, you're actually playing. And so once again, what I've done here is I've tried to maximize the uh, tasteful interpretation that this plugin provides without causing it to be oversaturated, which is you start getting oversaturated once you're in that red zone because now you're adding decibels. And like I said, I'm trying to maintain a level below clipping throughout this whole process so that I'm just working with the tools, what the um god dang it, what the options the tool itself provides you as opposed to what the instead of just relying on the inherent quality of the tool itself. Because if you just maximize these things, they have different ways that they distort it. But if you just keep doing that, then you're just going to end up with more distortion and not anything particularly tasteful unless you're doing some sort of avant-garde piece, in which case you might as well just open up your whole brain and stick your fingers inside. Which is valid. If God tells you to do that or you just feel like it's the right thing to do, then that maybe that's what you should do. I don't feel like doing that right now. And I hear you, what if it was Satan? I don't know. Okay? Satan is a mystery. All I know is that oftentimes Satan is trying to fucking ruin things for me, but sometimes he has a valid ass point that he's just trying to get me to pay attention to him for. So you do you. Okay, so now we have the introduction of this particular analog plugin. And there's not really that much left to do on this at this point. What I am going to do also is include what's known as send tracks, which I will get to later, and likely I will be freezing tracks as well to make sure that I have enough computing power to effectively use the send tracks and also create a master track without having to keep creating new sessions, meaning new like files as far as like set, like a new live set. Instead of having to do that, I'm going to try to keep it all in one project. Let's see. So let's see. I put the tape on there. I do have to pee again. I'm holding it a little bit because I'm tired of interrupting my process. It's okay to look through your plugins for inspiration or, see, for example, I could use that next or for reminders. Yeah, let's see. I could definitely use Sausage Fattener. I could also include, if I wanted to, I could include one of these Joey Sturgis plugins, like Clip or Gain Reduction Deluxe. I think I will pass on that for now because I want to keep it minimum, the least amount of uh, saturation that I can achieve, that I can use to achieve a full sound, the better, because there's so many factors involved in this. And also leaving room for a remaster, by the way, sometimes is smart. Just saying. In the creative process, sometimes you want to leave a little signal depth to be desired in order to come back to it later with some new insight. You can always do more, but it's really difficult to do less once you've already done it. I think what I'm going to do is, just so that you're not like thinking that I'm bitching out on increasing the signal depth, I'm going to add a little sausage fattener for the hose. And yes, it's a Freudian plugin, but that's okay. I'm a male and I have a penis. And you can refer to it as a sausage. Although I would hope that you don't consume my entire penis as though you would consume a sausage. That would be a little disconcerting to me. So since it's Freudian, fatness is probably the circumference of, circumference? Yeah, circumference of the penis. How big is 4 inches circumference? Is that sufficient, ladies? Uh, I don't know how much that is. I do think color is length. 7 is, it depends on the circumstances, but it's between this number and this number on any given day. So what was that? This when at sausage levels, when at fattened sausage levels. I'd say between 6 and 10. What's between 6 and 10? 7, 8, 9. So let's go for 8. And how much is 4 inches circumference? I think based on my reference point of how big my penis is circumference wise, just by the way it feels in my hand, And then what I just did, measuring part of my finger so that I could see how much that is, I would say 4 is probably not accurate to represent my own personal appendage. I would say, wait, I also need to hear it. Why is this so quiet? What just happened? Why is it so quiet now? Something happened with my in-ear monitors. I probably should get some new ones at some point. It was either that or something was wrong with my audio box. That's probably closer. 6 inches is probably. Is that right? Yeah, because if it's like 6 inches between my finger and my, like, well, it can be even bigger than that if it needs to be. But once again, we're going on the average here. I could be wrong with this, with the perception of this measurement, but like, let's say like that's approximately the average, and it can be either, depending like there or there, depending on how it is. So let's go that. Also, it's already clipping again, even though it's not showing clipping here and the gain point. Let's bring it down just a little bit. That probably represents the total loss of volume of my penis due to circumcision. Is it 1? No, it's probably more than that. Yep, that's probably about right. I probably lost about 2 inches. So anyway, we've got that. And then now I think we should just start focusing on ending the signal chain for this one. So we can, let's see, an overall, okay, so normally I guess if it was a vocal one, I would use a vocal rider and then a RVox plugin. But since this is an instrument, I think I'm just going to use this Joey Sturgis plugin, this Finality. You can also use this as like an overall mastering desk type plugin, but I typically prefer a different plugin for that, so we're going to use it here and see how it works. Okay, now what we've just achieved here, that is actually pretty close to how my ears actually heard the trumpet in the room. I've actually seemed to have accomplished to the task of being able to kind of describe to you how the trumpet actually sounded, not just through the microphone. That's pretty close. That actually is very close to how it actually sounded in real life. And that is the first goal. That's the first goal that I like to try to focus on when it comes to expressing how the sound should be through audio engineering. The next thing to do is start adding creative interpretation. That can come in the form of like delay, stereo imaging, reverb, and actually the way I like to accomplish that is all of those things, but unless I have a specific need to make this trumpet have more reverb than it does now, and like have more reverb than all of the other tracks that I'm gonna put reverb on. I like to accomplish that through a send. And then if I need it to be specifically a lot more reverby or whatever, I can just add it either to the end of this signal chain, because by that point, like, you know, if I add anything before this one, I have to change this one. If I add anything before this one, I have to change both of them to fit it based on the way that I'm working. So I would just add it at the end and be like, okay, that's that. That's the intention, was to create more of that. However, since right now I think it's good, and I don't necessarily think I'm going to need to add more reverb than just through the send plugin, I'm going to go ahead and freeze this track, which is different from bouncing the track in place. Freezing is basically it pre-processes all of the plugin uh, computing power, and then it's very similar. It's very similar to bouncing it in place, but it has a difference mainly in the fact that it kind of just locks the plugin chain. Actually, I don't really use quote unquote bounce in place that much, so I can't go, or like I don't know if I've ever done that on Ableton. I might have done it with another one that didn't have freeze. Anyway, that's that. So now my computing power should be reserved. So when I play that track, it's not really eating up the processing of using the plugins. Now's a great time for me to take another break. I'm gonna go use the bathroom again and get a little more coffee. I might even eat a little something because my stomach hurts. By the way, I haven't eaten anything, but just to address one of the elephants in the room, if you're sitting at Omega Studios in Maryland and you're sitting there thinking, "Oh, he's trying to copy us" or something like that, or like he's trying to beat us or compete with us, understand that any Omega branding that I came up with had nothing to do with you or frankly anyone else. What it actually was derived from, by the way, I'm not even necessarily going to use that branding for my projects. This sort of project in the future, I'm not necessarily associating it with anything Omega oriented other than the fact that I did use that sort of moniker as Omega Divine, which Divine is my mom's last name, the way that I spelled it. And the only reason she didn't change it is because it's not necessary and it can confuse her business stuff. It's not legally necessary for her to change her name. I have my dad's name and they're still married, so it's none of your business, basically. And long story short, it came from I still do listen to the post-hardcore bands like Oceana, which ended up changing its name. But Of Mice and Men, which ended up changing its lineup. But these sorts of songs, and I really like. And then I was in a band called O Satellite, so I just really had this like. Although I listened to other bands like Attack Attack, Asking Alexandria, Sleeping with Sirens, and I listened to before those bands were as popular as they were. I listened to other bands like Children of Bodom, and then a lot of other types of rock music as well, like Pearl Jam and stuff like that. But long story short is there was a pattern at some point in my life where I was listening to these O bands, and I was like, okay, well, what's a word? I wanted to come up with an idea, like a stage name for my own personal project. So I was like, oh, Omega, Omega, and it just came to me. It's like it's a fucking, lots of people know about the Omega symbol, and at the time it wasn't necessarily, like I said, I didn't know of anyone else using the name, and when I Googled it, by the way, at the time, it was just like, okay, so there's like a Hispanic Latin rapper or something like that who uses this. That's not going to be an issue because I'm not competing with them right now. Like they can do their thing, and then down the line I added the divine to make it clear because it came from the idea of like in pretty much in a lot of situations that I was in my life, I was either the youngest or the smallest in regards to growing up. So on my mom's side of the family, I was the youngest of the generation, the second generation. So there's Jimmy Devine, who was the guy he married Rose Saccone, who became Rose Devine, and then there was a whole generation, including my mother, Elizabeth Devine, who goes by Busy. And then that whole generation had kids, and of that generation who had kids, I was the youngest. So last Omega Divine, and then Ellen was the person before me, who was the next youngest. So once again, this had nothing to do with like looking at other people using that name. It had everything to do with me being like creatively inspired and then relating it to how it applies to my real life. It's not my actual given birth name, but it, when I was what, 16 or so, 16 or 7, maybe even young. How was I? No, that was 17 maybe. It's what, and I remember when I came up with, or when the name came to me anyway, I remember I was in the back seat of whatever vehicle we were in, probably the it might have been either the minivan or probably the minivan. And we were going to the cabin, and we were on the gravel road right near that nursery. That's where I remember very specifically. That's where I came up with the name in space and time. That's where it was. Came up with the name once again. It's just like I was just thinking about it, but I wasn't trying to copy anyone. So, I had to put that out there because I'm doing this studio work, and like I actually applied at some point to work at Omega Studios in um in Maryland because I thought there was some crossover, and like I'd gotten very decent at audio engineering. And then whoever I was talking to asked me to submit, my music to them that I've worked on. And then after I did that, and then they listened to it, they came back. Like the next time I talked to them, they were already like yelling at me and being like, "This isn't good enough. I need a resume. I need an actual resume. This isn't enough." Blah blah blah. It's like, whoa, dude. I actually specifically clarified that this is all that you needed. And not only do I know that this is more than good enough objectively, but you're already getting off on a bad foot here with the way that you're approaching this. So I became disinterested. And I don't know who the fuck that was. I can't remember. And I don't know if anyone else in that studio behaves that way or if that person even still works there. But that was unpleasant. And that's just one example of why I'm not interested in necessarily working under someone else's organization, let alone some of the other things that I've experienced, which once again, not everything has been all bad, but there have been points where I've just been like, this is not serving me specifically. This is detracting from my life and giving that benefit to someone else. People are profiting at my expense. People are profiting at my expense, and that's not why I was doing this. I can do volunteer work, and I can just do it for free, and that would be more effective than doing it and getting paid in those situations. So yeah, it's like worse than slave labor. So that anyway, that's why working on my own stuff is so important, because at the same time it's like, if I'm in that situation and complaining about it and I have music I could be working on, then I should do that. That way I'm not just complaining, I'm actually doing what I was implying was a better idea anyway. And then if from there I can work with people who actually know how to show mutual respect and who understand where I'm coming from and understand what I'm actually doing, and they're willing to pay me because they think people should get paid for their work, that's great. I have no problem with that. I look forward to that if that happens. I'm just not counting on it because, once again, I don't have any perception of that being possible right now. But hopefully this project will change that. I'm hoping this project will change that. Now, from now on, unless I have something specific to say about this stuff, I'm just not going to talk as much about what I'm actually doing with the plugins and stuff. I might chime in here and there, but I'm just going to try to get the work done now. And that requires one more little coffee sip. And also, I'm going to hit my water pipe. And I'm just smoking Tweedle Farms hemp, so don't get overly excited. Or get excited about that if that's what you're excited about. But I'll be right back. And also, I'll put the trumpet loop on so that you can hear something while I'm gone.
Perfect timing, too. Check this out. Well, actually, I don't know if you can see the numbers, but it's 420. That's my 420 alarm. Also, I'm starting to feel a little disassociated because of, the effort required in this and also the trauma of having done this process. I've,
worked so intensely on audio engineering um in my past, and I wasn't always putting the right substances in my body. I never really ventured too far into using things like cocaine, and I've never used anything like heroin other than by prescription at a low dose, like getting morphine. I did use kratom for a period of time. I was heavily addicted to nicotine, although I think I was using it as responsibly as one person could in these situations. However, I had to stop using it because it just didn't provide any benefits anymore. It was just self harm. And the same goes for alcohol. Alcohol was not providing any benefits for me anymore. It was simply just harming me, so I had to stop using that. I do homebrew now. I don't add yeast into my homebrews. Over time, some of my homebrews collect a very small amount of alcohol, which I typically try to prevent. Um, but the thing about a nice homebrew is that if you get a small amount of alcohol in your homebrew, as long as you used good ingredients and prevented food spoilage, and did the brewing process correctly, then honestly, that small amount of alcohol usually it presents itself in an actually beneficial form. I still would probably assume that if you had a large amount of alcohol, it would then stop being beneficial, and be problematic. But I'm saying all of this to say that I'm getting to a point where um, this is where like my baseline boundary for how much work I can do at one time is. However, this is not nearly close to how much work I've done at one time, effectively and efficiently, precisely, and what you could call, with imperfections taken into consideration, perfect. I've done an what you could call an inhuman amount of work at one time to a high level of effectiveness. And you can either call it demonic or godly, but it's what it is. And but it did take a toll on me. And I never really made any substantial amount of money off of any of this. I'd say total, the amount of money that I've made is probably about $3,000 over 10 years of doing this, including my engineering and getting paid for streams and stuff, which actually most of the streaming money didn't come from my own music. And I would not say that it's because my music is inherently worse. I'd say it's because of the social climate, and probably largely due to the fact that I spent time with Pete Seeger and share some of his values. I didn't spend a lot of time with him, but I did have very close contact with him. Uh, God bless his soul and everything. And no, I'm not some sort of liberal commie rat, although I could share some of that shit. I am a very well and balanced citizen. I share conservative views as well as liberal views. That was actually my main role in these situations. Like for example, in the peace rally in was it Beacon, New York, or some of them might call it a war rally on the other side, conservatively. Um, this is just a we don't need to go too deep into it. It's not like a massive stampede. It's just some people being assholes to each other. Honestly, that's what it comes down to. Because if you're, I mean, but you also standing for a message. People, they're being oppositional to each other. Excuse me, not necessarily being assholes to each other. Showing opposition towards one another without crossing a specific line. Kind of almost like a pastime, you know? Um, but my role, like for example, when I was at that intersection where that was occurring, there's the conservative side and then there's the liberal side. And I bridged the divide because on the liberal, I'm technically quote unquote on the liberal side, but watch this, psychically, imagine this. I'm playing music with Pete Seeger and his friends, right? A few of his friends, personal friends. And then on the others, and we're on a corner of an intersection. On the other side, there are conservative people who are also holding signs. They're not playing music together, but they're probably discussing things. They're probably discussing conservative issues, if anything, using conservative terminology. However, we have on our side some watermelon, And me being who I am, I decided, we're all technically on the same side here. Even if we're playing on two different teams, we're all on the same side. So I'm going to take some of this watermelon because we have more than we need, and I'm going to go offer it to some of the people across the street, and then I'm going to come back over on my side and hold this peace sign. This actual, like, poster board sign that promotes peace in a non-harmful way. Because some people, they don't do it right. So I went and I offered, not everybody, I went over to the other side of the intersection. I offered people some watermelon. And, not everybody wanted some watermelon. Only a few people wanted some, but that's okay. They don't have to even acknowledge me. If they want it, they'll take it, and some of them did. And they didn't seem to get upset each other at the time for it either. It's an understanding situation. And then I just went back to my side, and but to people who thrive off of that divide, and that's how they make their living, and that's how they maintain their control, is by making sure that people stay divided instead of understanding. Which is a lot of these industry people. Unfortunately, they thrive off of what is bad for people in general. And a lot of people go for that because sometimes it's just easier to go with the status quo that someone else has created, other than actually standing up for what's right. Fact of the matter is, conservatives are very important for making sure that resources don't get overused, or making sure that things like national parks don't get turned into stadiums, stuff like that. But liberals are really important for making sure that we make progress in society as well. We need to preserve things that, like, we shouldn't be turning all of our paradises into parking lots. And sometimes firearms are necessary in order to protect things that need to be protected against a threat that is not reasonable. However, there are a lot of situations where that's not the right mentality, and what we need to do is just, put our best foot forward and say, hello, my name is, and this is how I think we should proceed. Let's talk about it. Anyway, all of that was, I was trying to get at the point where I'm at my limit of naturally what I can tolerate. And usually, substances have been involved in my ability to overcome that barrier at the cost of burning out as a young person in general. However, I've spent a lot of time recovering, and I did so intelligently, and I also burnt out intelligently. So what I'm getting at here is that I am I'm considering taking some of my prescription medication, which is something that I was also, at some point, I was actually producing this specific substance in my own house before it was deemed no longer cleared across the board. However, I do have a prescription for it now, and that is ketamine, which is a ketonic amine. Do your research, and if your research, by the way, there's some obscurity about this in the medical industry as well, in the drug community. Dimethyltryptamine is an amine, and it can form a ketonic bond through an aqueous solution, salt-based extraction. That's all I'll say right now. I was using the Mimosa hostilis root bark, but it looks like a lot of the industry uses things like the acacia tree. Dimethyltryptamine is present in a lot of plant life and animal life to varying degrees on planet Earth, and it has been shown to be one of the building blocks of a stable and healthy system, biologically speaking. And it is effective for treating depression, PTSD, addiction, anxiety, pain. It's not, you can't just take it and then not work to be a better person, because then you'll just be falling into the same drug use pattern as a lot of other harmful, more independently harmful compounds. But it's just like a frequency spectrum. Substances are also a spectrum that have a lot of variability, and there's a lot of context required to use them uh, effectively and safely. So anyway, all I'm saying is that I'm not using a bunch of THC. I don't use nicotine anymore. I don't use alcohol, and I'm not using any of these other substances. Never been into heroin. I did a very small amount of cocaine for a very short period of time, and I'm not convinced the quality was very good, to be honest with you. And it ended tragically. Um, and let's see what else. What other substances? I'm not using benzodiazepines. I'm not using anything else. I had some coffee today. And I had some hemp, some CBD with some, various terpenes. So this ketamine prescription that I have, I am very careful with it, not to allow it to control me to the point where, I already have had struggles with getting along with other people and also controlling my emotions. So I don't want it to make me vulnerable to, you know, making dysregulated choices and stuff and having unchecked behavior because it can contribute to that. However, using it responsibly, I can actively and effectively use it as a prescription medication to treat the symptoms that are causing my disability. That are no, not causing my disability. Um, to treat the symptoms that are associated with my disability, and it's an accessibility thing. It's an accessibility thing as opposed to a performance enhancement issue or a recreational issue. I'm not using the substance in those ways, although technically, I guess in some ways you could call it both of them from a certain perspective. But what I want you to understand is that I have disqualifications as a result of a failure of my environment to protect me from these things at no fault of my own. That's what I'm getting at. I'm not saying it's everyone's job all the time to protect me instead of them. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be an entitled brat. I'm just pointing out that some people haven't done the things that they're supposed to do in order to minimize the negative impact that their actions can have on others. So with that being said, I'm going to inform my dad that I'm planning on starting to take my ketamine medication for the day because I try to keep him informed. I also mark how much I'm taking within the approved variances. And I like I said, I just like to be open and communicate about these things so people don't have the wrong idea. There's no reason that you should be looking at me negatively just because I need medication in order to function properly. There's no reason for that because I didn't cause this problem for myself. Although I have made it worse, by the way. I have made it worse on accident through improper self-treatment. Keep that in mind, okay? I'm not denying that there's a history of me harming myself with substances. That's true. However, that wasn't my intention necessarily, and when it was my intention, I was trying to end everything. And now I'm not trying to do that. If it happens, it happens. But I'm just trying to do the best that I can, so calm down. I don't understand that, DSG. Something interesting just happened that I'll address before I move on. I still have to communicate with my father and everything, but the comment stream that I mentioned in the beginning of this video. By the way, I'm not uh ignorant to the fact that there may be quote unquote law enforcement watching me at this very second, even as I'm recording, because they don't necessarily have any respect for personal boundaries or privacy or safety, and are often malicious and corrupt. However, if you're not one of those people and you're currently watching me because you're trying to fucking help me, one thing, define help, by the way, and then moving on, that person left another comment on my comments, and then they said something about, like, they're continuing the discussion in the way that they're trying to, draw me into it, and then they're like, you don't understand that VST, which, by the way, I didn't mention any VSTs in that conversation. I didn't mention, as far as I'm aware, I didn't mention any VSTs in the description, and there's absolutely no reference to the VSTs in the song itself. I mean, I'm aware of all these psyops that could be built to try to entrap me, to try to change the song or try to say something about it, or, like, and also I'm not a native speaker of the language they're using in the song. I do have some context for languages, and at some point my ancestors may have spoken that language. But anyway, getting to the point is that they're just trying to be incendiary, and they're just trying to be offensive and discrediting. And if they had anything to do with what I'm doing now, they would have to be spying on me. And which, once again, first of all, like, not understanding something, it has various aspects to it. And second of all, or whatever, like, uh, no one understands any of this stuff perfectly. And if you do, then you're not the same type of person as me, which is kind of what I'm getting at. If you're that type of person and also you're making fun of me just because I have limitations, once again, you're not showing me humanity. That's not what humanity is about. That's just offensive. That's weaponry. That's not humanity. That's weaponry. And so I explained to them calmly that if they feel this way about me, that they clearly don't understand music. So, um, I'm not. It's not that I can't use weaponry. It's just that I'm making it very clear that that wasn't my goal here. And then also, once again, secondly, redundant checkmate. You keep playing after the checkmate, which means you're not playing the game. You're playing a different game. And that other game has these other rules. Also, I'm not a gambling man because I have a very extreme personality. But if you enjoy gambling responsibly, I would encourage you to take bets on whether or not you think on YouTube TS Gregory 91 is Detective PJ or not. All right, I realize I didn't leave anything playing that time, but hopefully you can handle that. So what I have right now is about 25 milligrams of ketamine. I'm starting off low, and I'm going to put it in my mouth, and it has to dissolve sublingually or whatever. So I'm not going to be talking that much. And I hope that I've explained enough to you already that you can kind of get the gist of the rest of my process for now while I stop talking, unless I have something really important to say, because I need to keep this in my mouth and keep my mouth closed while I'm taking it. Thank you. to a point where I don't need it even.
Steady yourself with the least amount.
Yeah. Now, that's not to say that I'm going to
I'm
just.
just saying, in steadying you is the goal.
Yes.
Not to take a certain
Exactly.
kind of meat.
Exactly. It would be better if I didn't have to take it to feel the way it makes me feel. In the positive sense.
That's the goal.
Yeah, that's the positive. That's like if my body can adapt to create that response without needing to put that much isolated ketamine in my body at once, that would be ideal.
If your lifestyle, make lifestyle improvements that contribute
Yeah, not only the
to your
natural
well-being.
not only the natural production of a properly well-maintained chemical body, but also the ability to maintain that balance.
Yes, that is the long-term goal.
Because ultimately, with the ketamine and then the monoamine oxidase inhibitor, what they represent individually are things that exist in life through discipline and a well-regulated environment.
Yes, you can influence your body function through lifestyle.
Yeah, and so therefore, while it's necessary to gain towards that eventuality, to have isolated components, that should not be relied on to the exclusion of trying to accomplish the same thing through the other methods.
Again, my responsibility, and the reason the doctor allowed you to have it at all is because I'm monitoring and I keep you safe.
Yep, and that's why it's important that we come to an understanding of what the protocol is and why, not just arbitrary decision making, but actually reasonable, wise conversation.
bitch living lavish, she's a maverick. Grab it, gotta have it, then she stash it. I know where it goes, so I stay low. When I wanna get away, I show up with all the pay. I do this like every day, and there's nothing you can say. Oh, what you know, no, up in smoke. And I tried to tell you, I can smell your fear, but it's okay, please just don't get near. I don't know what I want anymore, I don't know why she's there on the floor. Bad bitch living lavish, she's a maverick. I had it, now I pass it. We elastic, no, it don't go away. Slow, how we go, take it. When I wanna see her face and she wanna get a taste, we pull off without a trace. Ain't nothing that he can say. Don't let me go, babe, so I don't float away. And I tried to tell you, I can smell your fear, but it's okay, please just don't get near. I don't know what I want anymore, I don't know why she's there on the floor. And I tried to tell you, I can smell your fear, but it's okay, please just don't get near. I don't know what I want anymore, I don't know why she's there on the floor. Tell me why you always tryna blow my brain, my homemade frame. Tell me why you're always tryna read my mind, all my thoughts are crying, yeah. Why can't you just tell me what your game is, acting like you're famous? I can read between the lines, I made it, wrote it like a playlist. Oh, and I ask you, forgive me for hurting you. It took both of us to make the story true, yeah. Tell me why you always tryna blow my brain, my homemade frame, yeah. Tell me why you're always tryna read my mind, all my thoughts are crying, yeah. Tell me why you always tryna blow my brain, my homemade frame, yeah. Tell me why you're always tryna read my mind, all my thoughts are crying, yeah. Why can't you just tell me what your name is, acting like you're blameless? I can read the fleeting signs, I'll take it, coded like the Matrix, oh. And I ask you, forgive me for hurting you. It took both of us to make the story true, yeah. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. When I get up in the morning, I feel like I'm soaring. Could you still be with me, or is it just plain to see where moonbeams coming in through my window, light from her phone shining on her skin? No, lately I've been thinking about the end. Everything's pretend, all my friends and my kinfolk. Moonbeams, tell me, is it what it seems? Is it just all of our dreams? Yeah, yeah. Pull up with the tools and a checklist. Pop a burnout and I'm reckless. Then I'm switching rides just to get lit. 100 on the dash, all that gas out the back, bitch. Moving through traffic like it's magic. In the automatic, shifting is a habit. I used to hang out with the Slavic bitch. Now I'm getting lavish, rich water like paddock wrist. And I'm getting mad at this. Hit another smoke and I'm back in bliss. I can't count my chips, they hit me and my assets is. Back at 17 I had a dream of checking balances. Now I rock Supreme and think of me and all my palaces. Pull up with the tools and a checklist. Pop a burnout and I'm reckless. Then I'm switching rides just to get lit. 100 on the dash, all that gas out the back, bitch. It's after hours, I'm taking back my powers. I trade off with the sun and the moon when it showers. I'm talking rain, I heard that they in pain. But me, I'm doing good in the hood, what a shame. Ain't no lies, I ain't got no disguise. Except when I'm in public and I does it in the eyes. It seems that recently, people want a piece of me. But if it's a test, let it rest in a piece or three. Pull up with the tools and a checklist. Pop a burnout and I'm reckless. Then I'm switching rides just to get lit. 100 on the dash, all that gas out the back.
Thank you.